Right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, council. I'm going to call this meeting to order. Just wondering if we have any additions to the agenda. Yes, CEO.
Thank you, Reeve and Council. Administration would like to request the following, please. Under closed session, 12.1, Intergovernment Relations, Section 2.6 and 2.9. Excuse me. 12.2, Personal Privacy, Sections 2.1. 12.3, Privileged Information, Sections 3.2.
Thank you. Any other additions to the agenda, council? I'm seeing none. I'll look for a motion, please. Thank you, Deputy Reeve Fadea, for making that motion. Any discussion on this? I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote. It should come up on your screen, I hope. Everybody come up.
Mine's just needing to re-log in. Should be up right away.
Okay, Mr. Malia, raise your hand if you agree. Yeah, he agrees, so punch him in. Technology, eh? He's back. Awesome. Hey, I think we have a delegation here this morning with Cookum's House, Cold Lake Native Friendship Center, and I believe they're here, so we'll call them up, please. You guys get to share that mic. Just hit the little button and your green light will come up on your mic, please. Awesome. Thank you. Good morning.
Thank you very much. We're in a emergency mode right now. Zane's daughter's gone to Edmonton for a kidney transplant. So it's not a very good day for a meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we just want to apologize. Yeah.
There's no need to apologize. We understand.
Yeah. So, like I said, it's not a very good day for a meeting for us. We've been with Cookum's House for the last 20 years.
No.
Yeah, 10 years.
10.
Yeah. And we're doing very well right now, except for, of course, money situation. The biggest hurdle that I'd like to see is to get rid of our mortgage. At least if we get rid of our mortgage, we'll be able to sustain the Cookum's House a lot better for the next few years. And that's where we're at with money situation right now. We've had a little bit of help from the City of Cold Lake and a little bit of help from Cold Lake First Nations. So that's what's been keeping us going. And the Alberta government has given us the opportunity Zane will explain that part to you.
Okay, good morning.
Morning.
Hey Zane, just
Congratulations to the new and welcome back to the old. My name is Zane. I'm the manager of Cookum's House, and since our last delegation meeting here, we've had some changes to Cookum's House. We are now considered a recovery house, helping pre-treatment, post-treatment people in the community. So what we've been doing is taking guys that gone through a treatment program, whether it be Pound, Thorpe, Pound Makers, Bonnyville. We take them into the house and we give them a 3 months to a year stay, and we get them ticketed up, working, that kind of stuff. I'm kind of clustered right now because I've got a whole bunch of things going on in my head, so I'm hoping Mr. Fadea is going to ask me all the good questions, keep me on track. But since last year, I sent in the web page. I don't know if you guys seen it, Cookum's House Recovery, all one word. We developed that. We also have the Alberta government coming in to fund us per bed. That's starting, I would believe. We're in they call it a transition, period we're in. You guys know better than I do about how fast government moves, so I'm thinking we're gonna start in April. I guess that would be the next government fiscal year or whatever it is. So, yeah, I sent in, the numbers, Mr. Critch there asked us for the numbers last year. I took the time to put everything we've done from January to February on an Excel word sheet. I'm kind of getting it between doing, running the house and doing different things, that's the best I could do with that. Geez, I don't know, since January, we've helped, 14 guys obtain, their safety tickets, maintain sobriety, get their safety tickets on to working in a sustainable job and onto, independent living. We've got work gear for 9 guys, yeah, that kind of stuff. I apologize.
Hey, it's no problem. It's a lot on your head. I understand fully. Deputy Reeve Fadeev, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. You have a lot on your plate. You've been doing lots of work, and I really appreciate it. We're at the RMA, and I talked to Mr. Kerr, and there's a lot more things that are coming down the pipe, but right now there isn't. So we'll have to, we'll have to wait for those announcements. But yeah, it's pretty exciting to see where you guys are going to be next year. Council invited to go for a tour anytime. So. You guys wanna-
Yeah, it's always an open invitation to come see the house, see what we do. So a little bit about my background is I lived on the streets for 20 years, in and out of jail and that kind of stuff. So when I started Cookham's House, I came in with the exception that everybody needs a hand up. And it's not just, when you send them to rehab, you can take the drugs and alcohol away from them, but it's the lifestyle you have to kill that's gonna draw them back in. So we get them, when I get them into the house, I get them into the working mode. That's come, I do the sidewalks in the store. The store the guys help in the store. They learn interpersonal skills, cash register. It just focuses the attention on surviving and into employability and more well-rounded thinking into survival and transitioning into to a second stage home that we also open. I guess I could mention that.
Yeah, please.
Cookham's House, we developed it to be a 3-month to a year stay, but we find guys that are not, the low-income housing in the Lakeland area is minimal to none and really hard to find. So we rented a house, me and the guys renovated it, and now we use it for a second stage sober living house. So guys that are graduated our program go into that house and are paying the rent, paying the bills, and from there they go on to their own second stage transitional housing. So from there they can apply for low-income housing, go into their own independent living eventually, I would imagine.
Yeah.
There's so much to say, and I had it all written down. If you look at my notes here, they're all nice and written down, but I couldn't even tell you what I did today.
Yeah. No, it's very understandable. Yeah.
It's just the wrong data. Draw a blank, I guess.
Yeah, we have the package in front of us. And
Yeah.
It's all in there, so we'll be good with that.
We'll be
and-
looking through it for
Yeah,
sure.
so right now, it's just, in this transition phase, like I said, we got the numbers for it. You'll see it cost like $400,000 to run the house a year, if not more. We are transitioning with the Alberta government, so we have to hire more staff. We got, people there 24 hours a day now. We hired a nurse so we can, meet the Alberta government's, policy on the medications and stuff like that, and yeah, so.
Awesome.
Any questions from council?
Yeah, I'll make an invitation to council. We'll head out there one day and get a little tour. And this gentleman here is just, I think he's a new reporter from Lakeland today. And, maybe he'll get you in there as well and your story and the house's story. So it's amazing.
If you give me another delegation meeting in a couple of months after you give me lots of money, I'll be more. One of the things I was gonna ask too, if we could, see, we have, we do the Cookham's store, Cookham's Corner Thrift Store, which helps with the getting these guys working and stuff, and we have a deal with the, Northern Lights School District. And if I could get you guys to help me squeeze them a little bit to lower our rent or something, that would be awesome. You know, like, not everything has to be money coming from
Yeah.
you guys. If we can work on them and help us with the rent, that would help us make the money, right? Instead of you guys giving us money, we can make our own money. We just gotta squeeze the North End School Division a little bit.
That's good.
Counselor Crick.
Thank you. Through the reeve to Zane. So you guys rent from the Northern Lights School District for the secondhand store?
Yeah, so, what happened was in 2020, Cookham's House, the first house we, used Cookham's House for burnt down.
Yeah.
And then we started a thrift store. John Howard used to have the building, the school division building that was there. But they were running like a MAP program, and the community didn't like it. There was too much chaos going on there, so we were right next door. So John Howard moved out, we moved in, and we rented the school division building, and they had to put a new roof in, so they had to raise our rent. And they charge us for, you know, if they want to turn the heat on, they charge us for a visit to come and see. So a lot of the stuff we do in there, I just do myself. And then, but I don't want to rattle their feathers either, because we need the store, but.
Yeah.
if we can-
So, and I see a list of expenses here for the store. Does the store actually make you income?
Well, okay. Okay, yeah, so, we average, we're not, okay, so there's 4 or 5 thrift stores in Cold Lake. We average about $300 to $500 a day.
Okay.
We have it written down, I just don't have the numbers to put them all in there.
Yeah.
So I'm kinda new to that, and we also, like, we got 55,000 from the city of Cold Lake too, to help us with the, IDs and stuff like that. And a lot of the things we do is, so a guy comes in from the streets, I take him, and he wants to detox, I detox him and send him to rehab within a week. So he's gone, and I've done that to 28 people, and I've also taken people out of town, and I don't know where I'm going with that, it's just come in my head, so. But yeah, we do make money, I just,
Okay, that's good.
But the thing about that too is we employ about six low-income people
Yeah,
that work in the stores.
that's good.
It works out good that way
we
too.
pay their rent, and we pay employees, we have the main employee is in Edmonton right now going for a transplant. My daughter runs the store, and then we have another lady that helps my daughter. And then we have guys and people on Asian guys from the store go in there and work the store and function the store. So
Some cook themselves.
I didn't think of putting the numbers in there, so.
Yeah,
It's all
okay.
good.
No, I'm just curious. Thank you.
Any other questions? Just, what's the name of your daughter?
Brittany Alyssa Grillstein.
Brittany? Okay, I'll throw up a prayer for her as well.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, you're so welcome. If there's no other questions, God bless you guys. Safe travels to the city today, and thank you for the delegation, and we'll get you back on a little different day. How's that sound?
Thank you.
Thank you very
I'll be
much.
more, like I said, usually I got,
It's all good. Yeah, we understand. It's not a problem, but safety to you guys, yeah. We gotta have a special one for you next time. How's that sound? Thanks, again. Yes? Yes, we can. Who would like to make that motion? Okay, thank you, Mr. Amalia, for making that motion. That council accepts the presentation from Cookum's House Cold Lake Native Friendship Center as information, and furthermore directs administration to bring their request for a letter of support and funding to a future meeting of council for consideration. Any discussion on this, council? I'm not seeing any. I'll call for the vote. Just Mr. Amalia? Where's that sledgehammer? Yep, we're.
This is showing up the previous one.
We have a problem. We need IT for that or something, so. Just raise your hand, Danny, and you're good. Oh, well, you just bought that. All right, that's carried, or, wait,
Okay.
that's carried, thank you. It is, it's coming a little late for some reason. All right, we're going to the adoption of the minutes, organization meeting, October 28th, 2025. Just looking for a motion for that. Yes, thank you, Councillor Crick, for making that motion. The council approves adoption of the minutes, October 28th, 2025, organizational meeting as presented. Any discussion on this, council? All right, I'll call for the vote. Worked that time, right on. That's carried, thank you. Looking for the adoption of the minutes, regular meeting of council, October 28th, 2025. Thank you, Councillor Palmer, for making that motion. That council approves adoption of the minutes, October 28th, 2025, regular meeting of council as presented. Any discussion, council? I'm not seeing any. I'll call for the vote. That's carried, thank you. On to adoption of the minutes of committee meeting of council, November 4th, 2025. Anyone like to make that motion? Thank you, Councillor Palmer, for making this motion. That council approves adoption of the minutes November 4th, 2025, committee of the whole meeting as presented. Any discussion on this motion, council? I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you. On to development applications 7.1.
Good morning.
Morning.
This is development permit application number 2025-D-262 for S&S Woodcraft Incorporated. The applicant is applying for a minor rural industrial use for a cabinet manufacturing facility. The property is located on Highway 55 at Range Road 412 on the southeast side of the hamlet of Cherry Grove. Adjacent properties are Cherry Grove hamlet parcels, quarter sections, and remnants. The applicant operates S&S Woodcraft Incorporated and would like to construct a manufacturing facility at this location. They will operate 8 a.m. till 4 p.m. Monday through Friday and have customers by appointment. There will be 2 people on staff, which are the owners. Offcuts are disposed of by a third-party waste disposal company. The application complies with the Cherry Grove Area Structure Plan, indicating future use as light industrial. Adjacent landowner letters were sent out on November 3rd, 2025, and we have not received any concerns. An application has been made to Alberta Transportation. Recommendation for development permit application 2025-D-262 is approve the request for a minor rural industrial use for a cabinet manufacturing facility as a discretionary use as per Part 6, Section 58, and Part 7, Section 69.2 of the Land Use Bylaw with the following conditions. As per Section 69.6 of the Land Use Bylaw number 1667, the minimum setback shall be side yard 6 meters, rear yard 6 meters. As per Section 42.1 of the Land Use Bylaw number 1667, the minimum setback shall be primary highways 71.3 meters from the center line. Applicable electrical, gas, plumbing, and sewer permits are required as per Alberta Safety Codes Act. The building waste material shall be contained on site in a waste bin or a covered/enclosed trailer as per Section 2 of the Consolidated Public Safety Bylaw number 1812. An Alberta transportation permit is required, and as per Section 52 of the Land Use Bylaw number 1667, outdoor lighting shall be located so that rays of light do not adversely are not directed at an adjacent site, do not adversely affect an adjacent site, and do not adversely affect traffic safety. Any questions?
Can you say that again? No. Caroline?
I have just a quick question. For signage, if they choose to put a sign on the right-of-way, it would be Alberta transportation requirement for an application there. But what if they put it onto their property on an existing building? Do they require a permit from us?
No, they wouldn't require a permit from us, but they would require a permit from Alberta Transportation if they are in that care and control corridor that extends 300 meters into parallel along the highway into their property.
Okay. 300 meters into their property?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Hi.
Deputy Reeve?
Yeah, I'm glad they found the spot. They've been looking around for a long time, so I'd like to make the motion to, so option number 1, please.
All right, thank you, Deputy Reeve Fadea, for making this motion that council approves development permit application number 2025-D262 for a minor rural industrial use for a cabinet manufacturing facility on Plan 1922927, Block 1, Lot 1, within Northeast 1060-1 west of the 4th M as discretionary use as Part 6, Section 58, and Part 7, Section 69.2 of the Land Use Bylaw with the following conditions before you. I'm not going to read those. There's a lot of them. She just did it. Any discussion on this motion, council? All right, I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you. On to 7.2, please.
This is development permit application 2025-D-267. The applicant is the MD of Bonnyville number 87. The applicant is applying for a 96-foot freestanding communication tower. The property is located 4 miles east of the hamlet of LaCorrie at the LaCorrie landfill. Adjacent properties are quarter sections and remnants. The applicant would like to construct a 96-foot freestanding communication tower to provide internet for the workplace. The application satisfies antenna system siting policy number 3A.009, and an Alberta transportation permit has been approved. Adjacent landowner letters were sent out on November 4th, and we did not receive any letters or calls of concern. Recommendation for development application number 2025-D-267 is approve the request for a 96-foot freestanding telecommunication tower as a discretionary use as per Part 6 of the General Regulations and Part 7, Section 69.2 of the Land Use Bylaw with the following conditions. Oops. As per Section 69.6 of the Land Use Bylaw, the minimum setback shall be side yard 6 meters, rear yard 6 meters. As per Section 42.1 of the Land Use Bylaw number 1667, the minimum side setback shall be primary highways 71.3 meters from the center line. The development shall comply with Health Canada's Safety Code 6. Applicable electrical permits are required as per Alberta Safety Codes Act. Compliance with all regulations of Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada. Compliance with Transportation Canada and NAV Canada regulations. The tower shall be constructed in compliance with the National Building Code and the Canadian Standard Association and respect good engineering practices, including structural adequacy. When the communication tower and facilities become obsolete and/or damaged and unrepaired, they shall be immediately removed, and the development site shall be reclaimed within 6 months of cessation of operation at the expense of the tower owner. Any questions?
Thank you. That's our quarter section, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Someone like to make a motion? Mr. Klug, thank you. Councillor Klug for making that motion. The council approves development permit application number 2025D267 for a 96 freestanding communication tower within Northwest 1163-5 west of the 4th M. It's discretionary use as per Part 6 of the General Regulations and Part 7, Section 69.2 of the Land Use Bylaw with the following conditions before you. Any discussion on this motion, council? I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have a delegation at 9:30, so we'll just take a couple-minute break here and wait for the delegation to come. Thanks. Back on? All right. Okay, we're going into the next delegation. TC Energy, Lemon Lake Sales.
Good morning.
Morning.
Can you guys hear and see me okay?
Yep, not too bad.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you for having us here today. My name is Chelsea Troop on TC Energy's Community Relations team. We also have Devin James, Project Manager of the Lemming Lake Sand Section Project here today. I'm here today to share information about the upcoming project construction work that TC Energy has in your area. And most importantly, we are here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you.
In the interest of time, I won't spend too much time on this slide, but it provides an overview of the discussion today. So over the past 70 years, TC Energy has built an extensive network of energy infrastructure assets that spans North America. This includes our almost 94,000 kilometer network of natural gas pipelines, which supplies more than 30% of the clean burning natural gas consumed daily across North America to heat homes, fuel industries, and generate power. Natural gas is a reliable, high-efficiency energy source, and we build and operate safe and reliable energy infrastructure. TC Energy's Power and Energy Solutions portfolio of high-quality, long-life energy infrastructure assets includes investments in 10 power generation facilities with a combined generating capacity of approximately 4,600 megawatts. Approximately 75% of our power capacity is in nuclear, solar, and wind generation, which are emission-free sources of power. I will now talk about the project in your area, Lemming Lake Sales Lateral Loop Sand Section. It is an 18-kilometer, 20-inch outer diameter natural gas pipeline. The project route is approximately 60 kilometers northwest of Bonnyville, and project scope is fully located within the MD of Bonnyville number 87. The pipeline will originate at an existing valve site from lands legally described as Southwest-21-65-7-W4M. and ending at an existing valve site at lands legally described as Northwest-11-65-9-W4M. The purpose of this project is to enhance natural gas transportation to meet the growing demand to Alberta's oil sands. A Section 214 application was filed with the Canada Energy Regulator on January 10th, 2025. We received regulatory approval to construct the project on August 21st, 2025. Now talk about the clearing and construction of the project. In September, TC Energy awarded the clearing and mainline construction work to the prime contractor, Solaris Murphy Joint Venture, also known as SMJV. We hosted a community and business engagement open house on September 23rd at the Bonnyville and District Centennial Center. SMJV was also present to discuss local employment and contracting opportunities. Mobilization to site began in October 2025. Tie-in installation work was completed during a planned outage in late October. That work was at a compressor station and a section of pipe between two valves. This outage work did not impact the community or gas supply. Clearing work activities, including grading, started on November 6th, and it's anticipated to be complete in January. This work was part of the original proposed project schedule. Mainline construction activities are anticipated to commence mid-January 2026. Completion of these activities and the anticipated in-service date is expected for Q2 2026. The previous mainline construction schedule was for October 2026 to March 2027, with the in-service date of April 1st, 2027. However, we have updated this schedule to align with the construction timing of a nearby project in Lac La Biche County. This coordination will shorten the overall construction period and reduce potential environmental effects by enabling site cleanup for 1 year earlier. Over the approximate 6-month construction period, we anticipate an average of 100 workers on site daily from November through December, 150 workers from January to early February 2026. Peak workforce of 250 workers is anticipated for mid-January and will reduce to 100 workers for the end of February through March. SMJV will also utilize on-site medical services, and we will leverage local hotels and accommodations in Bonnyville. TC Energy has been active in the Northeast Alberta region, and we've worked closely with communities to mitigate impacts to the community. Safety is our absolute #1 value, and this extends outside of the right-of-way and places driver safety at the forefront. We continue to work with communities to ensure our traffic management plans mitigate impacts to daily drivers and ensuring that we're being neighborly in areas where we all work, live, and operate. I want to highlight the 70-year history we have of building and operating pipelines safely and reliably. Once this pipeline is placed into service, it will be monitored by the TC Energy Gas Control Center 24/7. We look forward to continuing our relationship with local first responders as we outline the response plan procedures once the project is operational. TC Energy is proud of its social impact program, Build Strong. We prioritize local nonprofit organizations that are focused on safety, education, environment, and community. We invest by providing support to communities through a variety of channels, including grants, in-kind donations, and scholarships. We always welcome feedback from the local community as we want our social impact dollars to be spent in a meaningful way. Our application portal for 2025 is now closed. However, the portal will reopen towards the end of January 2026. I highly encourage nonprofits, registered charities, associations, municipalities, Indigenous groups, and foundations seeking funding to submit an application in early 2026. Thank you for your time. I welcome any questions or comments that you may have.
Thank you. Council, any questions? We got a pretty easy council today here. I don't see any questions. You have any questions for us?
I don't.
So we're the same?
Yeah.
Oh, I got one. Deputy Reeve Fadeev here has one.
Since nobody's asking you any questions, I thought I'd just throw one in there. So here I thought you're gonna announce the old Keystone project, but I guess not.
We are no longer Keystone. So back in October of 2024, our oil pipeline spun off to its own company. So that is now South Bow.
There you go, thanks. Just a fun
sure.
fact, I guess. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your presentation today. It was well done. You have an awesome day, and thanks. Take care.
Yeah. And if you have any questions, feel free to email me if anything pops up later in the day.
Right on. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you
Bye-bye.
for your time.
Yep. Thank you.
Bye.
All right, we're going to go on to subdivision applications 8.1. Yes, I need a motion. You bet.
Thank you.
Let's make that motion. Who would like to make that motion? Yes, thank you, Councillor Palmer, for making that motion. The council accepts the presentation by TC Energy regarding the Lemming Lake Sales Letter Loop Sand Section Project as information. Any discussion on this motion? I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote. I had it on my screen all ready to go, and you think I could see that? No. Hey, that's carried. Thank you. Now on to 8.1, and the ladies. I gave them a little time to get up there anyway. Morning, ladies.
Good morning.
Morning.
Administration is presenting subdivision application 2025-S-016 for council's consideration. This application proposes a 12-acre parcel from a previously subdivided agricultural quarter section Southwest 7, 63-9 west of the 4th Meridian, as shown on the map in Appendix A. Notification of the proposed subdivision was sent to referral agencies and adjacent landowners with a deadline of October 30th to submit concerns to be considered at today's council meeting. No concerns have been received regarding this application. The subject site is located approximately 3.5 miles west of Highway 881 on Range Road 4100 north of Township Road 630. The application complies with the Municipal Government Act Subdivision and Development Regulation, Lower Athabasca Regional Plan, Municipal Development Plan, and the municipality's land use bylaw number 1667. Therefore, it is recommended that the proposed subdivision be approved with the following conditions. Pursuant to the Municipal Government Act, Section 655, all approaches, culverts, and internal roads be installed, that cash in lieu be paid to the municipality, and a deferred reserve caveat shall be registered on title, a real property report be prepared by an Alberta land surveyor, and all outstanding taxes to be paid in full.
Thank you. Would anyone like to make a motion? Councillor Palmer, thank you for making that motion. The council approved subdivision application number 2025S016 for a 12-acre subdivision from a previous subdivided agricultural quarter section Southwest 763-9 west of the 4th M for Gwendolyn Allsworth as per the following conditions before us. Any discussion on this motion? I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote. Did I say our first name right, Gwendolyn?
Yeah.
That's carried, thank you. I guess we'll go to 9.2.1.
Okay. Administration is requesting a decision for first reading of road closure and disposal bylaw number 1904, authorizing the MD of Bonnyville to close and dispose of by direct sale at fair market value a portion of public roadway as described in Appendix A and in accordance with policy number C-3A.022. The applicant has requested to close, purchase, and consolidate 367.58 square meters of roadway into their adjacent parcel as they are the sole user of this portion of Lakeview Drive, and closure of the same would not hinder legal access to any neighboring property nor utility corridors. If approved, the land would be sold at fair market value as obtained from the MD Assessment Services Department. A copy of the application for disposal of roadway was provided to Infrastructure Services, Agricultural Services, Public Safety, and BFRA for review and recommendation, and there were no concerns. If bylaw 1904 is given first reading, a public hearing will be scheduled Following the public hearing, the bylaw will then be sent to Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors for approval before being able to proceed to second reading. Administration is recommending that council give first reading to bylaw number 1904.
Thank you. Would someone like to, yes, someone wants to say something first. Go ahead, Councillor Palmer.
Just a quick question. The two lots that, if you can bring up the aerial, that'd be awesome. So it appears there are two lots that the current quarter section owner has his road or driveway going through. Does he own those two lots?
The quarter section to the north,
So the,
right there.
so the northeast, sorry, northeast 1661-7, the owner of that property, his driveway is going west, and it appears it's going through two lots there. Does he own those two lots?
They are the owner of the most easterly lot, but not the westerly triangular lot.
Is that an MR lot?
Yes. They do have access to the north that you can't see on this map to the remnant of the quarter section that they have been advised that they are to be using.
The north one?
Yeah.
Okay. So the blue one is the one that's currently under a bylaw for road closure?
It has gone for public hearing, however, due to the election, we no longer have quorum for that public hearing, as there are new councillors. So we will be holding the public hearing again in December for the closure outlined in blue.
Perfect. I'm good, thank you.
All right, thank you. Deputy Reeve Fadeev.
I'd like to make the motion for first reading, please.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve Fadeev, for making this motion that bylaw number 1904 being a bylaw of the Municipal District of Bonnyville number 87 for the purpose of closing for a public travel and disposing of portions of a public roadway be given first reading. Any discussion? Councillor Palmer? No? I'm seeing none. I'll just call for the vote. Are you waiting for me? Every time I touch this computer, it goes right back to, it's like Groundhog Day on the computer here. Just goes back to the same screen every time. I don't know what's going on here. Okay, that's carried. Thank you. On to 9.2.2. Sorry about that. I don't know what's going wrong, but something's going wrong.
For bylaw number 1905, administration is requesting a decision for first reading of roadway license bylaw number 1905, authorizing the MD of Bonnyville to enter into an agreement to license the road allowance as described in Appendix A in accordance with policy number 3A.018. Bylaw number 1905 is a renewal of an existing roadway licensing bylaw number 1815, which expires December 31st of this year. The applicant has applied to license the road allowance to be used for grazing purposes. A copy of the roadway licensing agreement application was provided to internal departments for review and recommendation, and there were no concerns. Administration is recommending that council give first reading to bylaw number 1905.
Thank you. Councillor Palmer?
Quick question, do we do re-advertising to adjacents on renewals or just when they make the original application?
On the renewals, as well as we do a month website public notification.
Perfect, thanks.
Any other questions, or would someone like to make a motion? Councillor Palmer?
I can make no motion.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Palmer, for making this motion that bylaw number 1905 being a bylaw of the Municipal District of Bonnyville, number 87, roadways and license be given first reading. Any discussion on this, council? I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote. That's carried, thank you. On to 9.2.3.
This is for bylaw number 1906. Administration is requesting a decision for first reading of roadway license bylaw number 1906, authorizing the MD of Bonnyville to enter into an agreement to license the road allowance as described in Appendix A in accordance with policy number 3A.018. Bylaw number 1906 is renewal of an existing roadway license bylaw 1814, which expires December 31st, 2025. The applicant has applied to license the road allowance to be used for access to both applicants' parcels that are adjacent but separated by the road allowance. The applicant has applied to license the road allowance. A copy of the roadway license agreement application was provided to internal departments for review and recommendation, and there were no concerns. Administration is recommending that council give first reading to bylaw number 1906.
Thank you. Any questions, or would someone like to make a motion? Thank you, Councillor Palmer, for making the motion. What's that, our 10th one today? That bylaw number 1906, being a bylaw of the Municipal District of Bonnyville, number 87, roadways and licensing, be giving first reading. Any discussion on this motion? I'm seeing none, I'll call for the vote. That's carried, thank you. So, Mr. Klug, put up your hand right now for this one, so you get. All right, go ahead, it's 9.2.4.
This is for bylaw number LU 582, land use bylaw amendment. Administration is requesting a decision for first reading of bylaw number LU 582 to amend the land use bylaw number 1667. The registered owner is proposing the rezoning of Northwest 32-62-1 west of the 4th Meridian from Country Residential District CR1 to Agricultural District. Per the rezoning application, the original intent of bylaw number LU 290 was to rezone the subject parcel to CR1 was undertaken in anticipation of completing an area structure plan for development. As this project is not currently viable, the applicant would like to revert the agricultural zoning to agricultural zoning and subsequently apply to subdivide the parcel in half pursuant to land use bylaw 1667 as described in Appendix A. A copy of the roadway license, a copy of the rezoning application was provided to internal departments for review and recommendation. There were no concerns. Administration is recommending that council give first reading to bylaw number LU 582.
Thank you. I will not look this way. Anyone, any discussion, or does someone like to make a motion on this? Thank you, Councillor Kaluk, for making this motion. The bylaw number LU 582 being a bylaw of the Municipal District of Bonnyville number 87 to amend bylaw number 1667 land use bylaw be given first reading. Any discussion on this motion, Council? I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you, ladies. Have an awesome day. Nine 9.3.1, please. What's that? Yeah. Morning.
The Council Committee of the Whole conducted operating and capital budget deliberations on November 4th, 5th, and 6th, and completed deliberations on November 12th, 2025. During those sessions, committee directed administration to make adjustments which have been incorporated into two budget documents attached as Appendix A, 2026 to 2028 operating budget, and Appendix B, 2026 to 2030 capital plan. Approval of an operating budget and capital plan provides administration with clear direction and the authority to conduct the business of and provide services to the municipality on behalf of council. Failure to approve an operating budget and capital plan will result in a legislative requirement to approve an interim operating budget and may delay commencement of required work for the upcoming year. Should an interim budget be approved, a final budget must be approved prior to April 30th, 2026. The attached appendices reflect the Council Committee of the Whole direction to approve a 2026 interim operating budget with the projected deficit to be funded from unrestricted surplus and the proposed capital projects to be included in a final capital budget, with any projects related to bridges being identified after the December 10th special meeting of Council. Attached for Council's review is Appendix A, the 2026 to 2028 operating budget, and Appendix B, 2026 to 2028 capital plan. The 2026 operating budget with expenses of $132,910,323 and a transfer of unrestricted surplus of $776,402. The 2026 capital plan of $25,301,000 is fully funded by grants, capital tax, and reserves. Administration is recommending that Council approves the 2026 operating budget requirement of $132,910,323 as an interim budget, as recommended by the Committee of the Whole and presented as Appendix A attached to and forming part of this meeting's minutes, and directs administration to present a final 2026 operating budget prior to April 30th, 2026 for approval, and that Council approves the 2026 capital plan requirement of $25,301,000 as recommended by the Committee of the Whole and presented as Appendix B attached to and forming part of the meeting's minutes, with any bridge projects to be added to the capital plan at a later date following a review of all bridge infrastructure within the municipality.
Thank you. Any questions, or someone like to make a motion? Councillor Crick?
Yeah, just looking through Appendix B there, I see that we've, in the section, well, it's the section where the fire protection services. What page is that? What page would that be on? Page 4 of 16. I just thought we had taken out both of the wildland fire units, but I see one of them's in there. So I don't know if that's just me that misunderstood that, or if any the rest of council was.
We took out one that I remember.
Like one, okay, then it's just me, I guess. So.
We approved one, and we left one to come back, and then we decided not to approve the second one, I believe. I could be wrong.
Okay, then that's, sounds
Is that
like
correct?
everybody else has got a different understanding than me, so. we'll
Okay,
go with that.
that's all right. That's, you gotta ask them now if you have a question. Any other questions, or someone like to make the first motion? Thank you, Deputy Reeve Fadeev, for making this motion. The council approves the 2026 operating budget requirements of $132,910,323 as an interim budget as recommended by the Committee of the Whole and presented as Appendix A attached and forming part of this meeting minutes, and directs administration to present the final 2026 operating budget prior to April 30th, 2026 for approval. Any discussion on this motion? I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you. Looking for another motion for the second part of capital. Thank you, Councillor Kaluk, for making this motion that council approves the 2026 capital plan requirements of $25,301,000 as recommended by the Committee of the Whole and presented as Appendix B attached to and forming part of this meeting's minutes, with any bridge projects to be added to the capital plan at a later date following a review of all bridge infrastructure within the municipality. Any discussion on this motion, council? I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great job. On to 9.4.1.
Good morning, Council.
Good morning, Steph.
First off, we have the appointment of the chair for the MD Agricultural Service Board. This position is typically appointed at the organizational meeting following appointment of the members of council. However, because there were anticipated changes due to the election, the ASB requested that we hold off so they can make their recommendation after they knew who would be appointed to the board. So following their first meeting back a few weeks ago, they have made the recommendation to appoint Councillor Deschênes as chair to the ASB for the next year. Today, we're just looking for a motion from council confirming that appointment as chair.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Councillor Crick, for making this motion that council appoints Councillor Deschênes as the chair of the MD Agricultural Service Board, ASB, for a one-year term effective November 25th, 2025, as recommended by the MDS-ASB. Any discussion on this motion? Should we give him something else while he's not here? Should we pile it on, like we could add to this motion? All right. I seeing none, I'll call for the vote. That's carried, thank you. On to 9.4.2.
Next, we have bylaw number 1903, amending boards and committees bylaw. Administration has prepared this amending bylaw for council's consideration. The proposed amendment reflects the required update due to the adoption of policy number C-2A.063, the MD Ambassador Program Policy, and the corresponding terms of reference at the regular meeting of council, September 9, 2025. But the implementation of this new policy and the adopted Ambassador Committee terms of reference, there is a requirement for, there was the requirement for the appointment of members of council, which occurred at the organizational meeting, and now the terms of reference need to be adopted through bylaw. Council gave bylaw number 1903 first reading on October 28, 2025. Today, administration is just seeking second and third reading of the bylaw.
Thank you. Looking for second reading, council. Deputy Reid Fideyev.
I'll make that motion, please.
Thank you so much, Deputy Reid Fideyev, for making this motion that bylaw number 1903 being a bylaw of the municipal district of Bonnyville number 87 to amend bylaw number 1748 boards and committees bylaws to be given second reading. Any discussion, council, on this motion? Seeing none, I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you. Who would like to make third? Thank you, Councillor Palmer, for making this motion that bylaw number 1903 be given third reading. Any discussion on this motion, council? I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you. Great job. Not quite. All right, let's go to correspondence and information.
Thank you, Reeve and Council. I'd like to bring to your attention, we have 30 items. Out of 30 items, I'll be reviewing 3. The first one I'd like to bring to your attention is 10.4. A card from Lakeland Long Riders, Light Horses 4-H thank you card. 10.7. A card from the Bonneville Indian Métis Rehabilitation Center, a thank you card. And the third and final, I'd like to call up a retirement for Matt, General Manager, Environment and Protective Services and Deputy CO, about one of his employees that are retiring.
Morning, council. Unfortunately, it's not me retiring. No,
Well, I was gonna say something really crazy, but I'll skip it.
through the chair to council, yes, we have Bruce Brickett. He, will be retiring after 10 years of service. Bruce was the landfill attendant out at the Hilda Lake landfill, so that site is operational 3 days a week. So Bruce kind of gave us notice about a year ago that he was going to try and sell his lake, or his place on Crane Lake, and I guess he did achieve that in the last month or so. So Bruce will be leaving us shortly, so he'll be missed. Got along with the residents really well, and yeah, we'll take him out for lunch and wish him the best.
Well, thank you so much for that report. Any questions for that, or no? Thank you. Appreciate it.
Reeve and council, that concludes our review of correspondence and information.
Any questions for correspondence information? Yes, Deputy Reeve Fadeev.
Regards to the, will be 1023, would be the United Filipino Canadian Association. There was an invite to go to their Christmas party, and just wondering who's going to attend that. Do we have our Christmas party at the same time? Okay, well, that makes it easy. Okay.
We're on the same day, 13th, correct? Yeah, that's, okay. Any other questions on, we'll send them back, already done, or no? Okay. Any other questions for correspondence information? No, not seeing none? Just looking for a motion then. Or do we even have a motion on that anymore? Yeah. All right, there we go. Wow. I think that's the biggest one I've ever seen. Thank you, Councillor Crick, for making the motion that council accepts the following correspondence as information 1 through 30. That is definitely the biggest one I've ever seen. Any discussion on this? I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote. That's carried. Thank you. 21. This virtual, the next one? In person. In person, okay. Looks like we're going to do some reports. Sorry.
Mr. Reeve, if you don't mind, we do have some of them here. They're just waiting for one more person to arrive.
Okay, let's just take another break then, and we'll wait for them to come in then. How's that sound? All right, welcome RCMP Eastern Alberta District. Appreciate you coming out here today and doing delegation. First of all, I just want to thank you for all your service to our area. I appreciate you guys and council and our area. Appreciate you guys immensely. Thank you for all you do for us.
Well, thank you. We appreciate you very much.
Thank you. All right, go ahead.
Okay, well, thank you for having me. Sorry, I'll lean into the mic here. So I think we have a couple of presentations that will go up on the screen.
Yep.
So I don't like to read off of these. Everybody here can read. So what I prefer to do is I'll quickly go through the points and then you can ask me questions. I find that we get engaged in conversation and then it often leads to more information being shared, if that's okay.
Yeah, no, it's awesome. Thank
All
you.
right. Oh, we're going to do police funding model first, okay? They did my binder incorrectly. That's fine.
They switch back on you.
Yeah, if we could do the other one first. Thank you. Okay, so we're just going to talk about sort of the makeup of your detachments, the work that they're doing, the initiatives that they have, how that impacts your communities, and then you can ask questions. If I don't know, obviously at the local level or particular, then that's why I have the commanders here to answer that. So I have Staff Sergeant Lloyd Pinsent. He's the new commander for Bonnyville.
Welcome.
And then Wes Bensmiller, the Cold Lake commander, is at the back, and as is his ops support NCO. And that's Dave Graham. He's one of my district advisory NCOs. So I guess I'll just sort of explain the structure before we get into this of the district. So the RCMP has 4 districts within Alberta. This is in the Eastern Alberta District. There are 27 detachments from Fort Chip and Fort McMurray all the way down to Provost. I'm currently acting as the district officer. I'm usually the assistant district officer. So that's a chief superintendent, then I'm a superintendent, and then there's an inspector, and then I have 6 staff sergeants as advisory NCOs who each look after 4 detachments. So they provide guidance, mentorship, support in that way. Okay? Okay, can we go to the next slide? All right. So Bonnyville, this is the provincial side. So there are about 8,300 individuals. And then we break down the provincial side of the detachment, because Bonnyville detachment is what we call a post detachment. It's a combination of municipally funded and a provincially funded component, right? So it provides service to both areas. So the provincial positions are a sergeant, 2 corporals, and 7 constables out of the total complement. And then the municipality funds staff sergeant, 2 corporals, and 10 constables, right? They all work together providing service to your communities. Okay, next slide. And then Cold Lake Detachment, which neighbors you, but also polices the MD. So over 22,000 individuals within that area, and then 6,000 in the MD of your MD. So again, it's a post detachment, PPSA, and municipally funded. Staff sergeant has 2 sergeants overall, multiple corporals. It's about a 40-member detachment, right? And both of these detachments are not just frontline uniform. They also have what we call GIS, General Investigation Section. So those are plainclothes detectives that complete higher-level investigations that maybe don't require different techniques or more intensive investigation than the front lines are equipped for. And then we also have First Nations policing constables in the detachments as well. Those are either through community tripart agreements with the federal government, or they're what we call sort of enhanced option 1 agreements between the band and the provincial government as well. Next slide. Oh, I should have brought my different glasses. Okay, so the important piece to note is your crime statistics are trending generally in the right direction for Bonnyville, especially on the property crime side in this year. Last year was not great. It was up. This year, both Bonnyville and Cold Lake, as we'll get to later in the presentation, have really focused on targeting some prolifics and undergoing some sort of enhanced investigative measures to try to deal with the rise in property crime, especially rural property crime. Notably metal theft and vehicle theft, right? The drivers for those types of crimes are fairly similar across, well, the country, often drug-related. The people who are stealing are usually users and are often using drugs when they do this. There is some organized crime involvement at the higher levels, but for the most part, it's a lot of local individuals in particular geographic areas. And when we're successful in getting those people into custody, we see an immediate drop in the thefts. And if anybody has a question, please feel free to ask. Next slide, please. So this is just, we map the calls. It's just a good visual representation, sort of days of the week, hours of the day when the calls tend to come in. And I find it's effective, especially when speaking with elected officials, because, you know, through media and whatnot, the sense is that, oh, the volume of calls is at night, the police are roaring around. And actually, no, the highest volume of calls are generally sort of noon through afternoon till dinner time. And that's for many reasons, not the least of which is in the case of thefts and whatnot, people come home from work and discover that something's happened, right? It's not always first thing in the morning. We do tend to have our more serious calls occur in the evening hours, especially a lot of the domestic violence calls and whatnot, as you can see from that map. And so Bonnyville Detachment did about 15,000 calls for service there overall as an average. Next slide. Then crime statistics for Cold Lake. Again, very similar trends, unsurprisingly. The detachments do work together as well on some of the more rural issues. Property crime is trending down from last year, where it had trended down from the year before. So, but notable difference this year, so that's positive to see. And I know that Cold Lake Detachment's done some excellent drug work this year. They've partnered with Alert, which is the provincial sort of organized crime agency, and it's made up of police officers from all the major services in the province. So next slide. And then again, the call for service map. So we're looking at over 18,000 calls for that detachment. And again, a similar pattern in terms of when the calls come in. Next slide. Okay, so now we'll get into some of the initiatives that were taken on by the detachments for your communities. Next slide. Okay, so we're going back to 23-24. So they focused on, I mean, they've had a lot of success with the Cold Start program, which is educating people not to leave your vehicle running. I guess often with even with the new keys, right? If you don't have a remote start, you really just shouldn't leave it unattended and running. It's where most of the thefts happen in the winter, quite frankly.
Even in the back alley here, I hear.
Even in the back alley, right? It doesn't take any time for them to pop the lock, get in, and drive away, right? And they'll worry about the electronic control module and whatnot later. So. Habitual offender management program, and that's fairly standard police operations, right? We understand, you know, it's in the public culture now that very small number of criminals do the majority of the crime, right? So we have to focus our limited resources on those criminals as best we can, while also dealing with other calls for service. And then community engagement and school visits, right? That's an important part. The police are the community, and the community are the police. Like, we're guardians, we're protectors, we're not soldiers, right? We're here we live in our communities, we protect our communities, we work within the law. That is what we do. So you can see from Bonnyville, I don't know, Lloyd, did you want to speak to some of this, or?
I've made a couple of.
Sure, why don't you just speak to some of the things for Bonnyville? Not to put you on the spot.
No. In terms of, so when I was looking at applying to Bonnyville for the detachment commander's post, I ran some of the stats in to get an understanding of what the crime trends were. Bonnyville does a very, very good job in terms of the Operation Cold Start and educating the public. But like with any education initiative, you're going to have a sharp rise in the people who are going to listen and do what is being asked, right? And then it plateaus off. So we're going to be taking it to the next level in the sense that during the morning hours and the evening hours, oftentimes people are getting ready to go to work. The members have already started doing patrols, and if we notice a vehicle left running, we'll stop and talk with the owner, the driver. More so as it relates to commercial vehicles because I drive into work, I see the Holiday Inn, etc., some of the commercial vehicles left running. So what the members are doing, and we've got a file going, is we're going to talk with the driver, and if whichever business it is that vehicle belongs to, we're going to make a note of it. Once I collect a few weeks or months stats, then I'll be able to go and talk with the business owner, is an oil field service company, etc., and their ops manager, and say, hey, this is what we are noticing. X amount of your vehicles are being left running, right? And this is how it contributes to the auto theft issue. Because it's not just the theft of auto, it's once we get a report of it, if one of our members pick up on that vehicle, then you're dealing with flight from police and everything else that comes with it. The hope is, with working with the business, they'll be more effective in getting their employees to, we understand you need to warm up your vehicle, but you need to either be sat in your vehicle or some way of disabling that vehicle from driving away, yeah? We've already had some positives come out of working with one of the businesses as it relates to metal theft. The business, the previous ops NCO had spoken with the business about the thefts happening at their place, and some of the businesses in town that do the recycling. That business was able to then bring their own pressure onto the recycler, and now we are going to be looking at doing some joint ops with dealing with the metal recycling, right? Like Superintendent Hanson said, community policing needs the community to be on board. We can't do it all. I'm not smart enough to do it all, right? But where we can, we're going to look at building some partnerships and dealing with the theft of autos, metal recycling, right? One of the initiatives I'm going to be talking with the police steering committee on is, and I've raised this with the town at that police steering committee, is dealing with vehicles with excessive tint on the windows. Because it's not about issuing tickets, yeah? It's about education. When those windows are tinted, especially the front windows, and now we're seeing even the windshields being tinted, it's a safety issue for the occupants of the vehicle, yeah? Your vehicle gets stolen, oftentimes the people who steal vehicles aren't the best of drivers either. So, scenario, vehicle gets stolen, it gets reported, goes through a school zone. What do we tell our kids about crossing the street? Always make eye contact with that driver. How's the kid expected to do that when you can't see the driver because the front windows are illegally tinted, yeah? So, scenario, kids start crossing the street, unfortunately gets hit, so now you got another issue. We pick up on the vehicle, there's a pursuit. One of the main issues we have in dealing with files, especially auto theft, going through court, is putting the driver in that seat, yeah? How's the member who's in that pursuit going to at least get a description of that driver if you can't see in the vehicle? Alternatively, you pull over that vehicle, even that vehicle or another vehicle. Traffic stops are one of our highest risk things we do. When the windows, you cannot see the driver, that member is going to call for an additional unit. That ties up two members on a simple traffic stop. So the idea is I'm putting together a media release. I'm going to send it to, I've already talked with the CAO. I'll be sending it to Louis as well. Input from the MD and the town. We're going to let the citizens of Bonnyville know, hey, excessive tinting on the front windows, it's not allowed, it's illegal. These are the reasons. It's going to start with education. If you get pulled over, you're going to get a warning, right? Because it's not about revenue generation, it's about education, it's about safety, yeah? You're going to get a warning ticket and what's called a notice and order, right? A safety violation. You're going to be given X amount of time to remove that tint because we understand some of these, the way they've done the tinting. Some people are concerned it might damage their window or their. So you're going to have X amount of time, go remove that tint, bring it to the police station, and your safety violation is removed. If you don't, then the next time you get pulled over, you will be issued a ticket, but you'll also be issued, your vehicle could be towed because you failed to comply with a police officer's direction. It's about trying to get a handle on some of these initiatives, some of these crime trends, right? And it's about educating the public that, especially the windshield and the windows, when you put these aftermarket tints, and I've spoken with the ex-fire chief in Bonnyville, the glass between emergency services and us, spent years trying to get the auto manufacturers to create auto glass that when there's an impact, it cascades, it breaks a certain way. If you put that tint on it, it's not going to break that way, which raises the injuries that a person might get, yeah? So that's some of the things we are looking at starting, and some that have already started. And I'll be reporting to the police committee. Well, we got the December reports dealing with October, so the Jan report will start. Those stats will be presented to the police steering committee so that we can go from there. Sorry, sir.
That's great. Thanks. Excellent. Okay. So, and just further to the vehicle theft piece, Bonnyville and many of our detachments are utilizing bait vehicles, as well as we have all sorts of different bait items that we tend to put out in areas that are being subject to metal theft and other types of theft to catch the criminals, right? It's a very effective technique. It's not a new technique, but it's a very effective technique, and it's being utilized in this area as well. Habitual offenders, yeah, so again, just direct police work, right? So part of that is, again, we know who the habituals are, so when they're on conditions or they have warrants, we go after them, right? Do our best to put them back into remand and back into provincial jail. And Bonnyville's been fairly effective at that over the last year. I'm not going to read through the whole thing, everybody can see. Next slide. And then Cold Lake, again, they also have a crew unit in Cold Lake. They have their own detachment, Lakeland Crew. We support from the district. We have a district crime reduction unit as well, an 8-member unit that works out of St. Paul and supports all the detachments in the area. And again, Cold Lake's worked with DUST. DUST is part of ALERT. It's their drug enforcement section. Had a very successful seizure actually earlier this year, which I think will be on the next slide. And then prolific offender management. So prolific offender management is a program that's run out of Alberta RCMP headquarters for the province. So we have analysts that track the top 100. It's actually far more than 100, but we just say 100 because it's easier. Offenders within the province. So they support our detachments in that way by feeding them data. So again, and we'll talk about this when I get to the police funding model, but what you get for your money with the RCMP as the provincial police is significantly more than just your local detachment and its members, right? Has this council been to visit our real-time operations center in Edmonton?
Yeah, yes, I have.
Okay.
He doesn't speak for the rest of council, but no, we haven't.
Okay, well, we can certainly get all of you to go. And
I think it's a great opportunity to go to there. Like, if, I'm sure some of us would definitely go again, yeah.
Absolutely.
Or what, I would go again, and you guys for the first time, yeah, I'm not gonna go there. All right.
Yeah, it's just, it provides, it gives you the firsthand sense of sort of what comes behind your detachment, right?
We had a presentation at RMA with anyone remember their names? Two head guys came out from the RCMP and it was up on the big screen, and we've seen, and the lady that, I don't know her name, but she's a real big blonde-haired lady. She did, her and another fella did the presentation with Sarah Park, took us out there, and with the town of Bonneville mayor and both of our CAOs were there, and it was awesome. They did an awesome job.
Perfect. Well, for the rest of the council, please work with Lloyd.
Okay.
And we'll get you slotted in. We do regular tours. We found it, it gives you a much better idea of what resources are involved in policing your communities, how we respond, what our protocols are, all those sorts of things, right? And as elected officials, that's really valuable for you to have that information, because then you can speak to your constituents and provide them that as well. Okay. Yep. So next slide, please. And then into this last fiscal. We run April to March. So that's, I know you run calendar year, do you not?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Okay.
Pretty sure.
So again, crime reduction, habitual offense. So it's all the same things, right? And then the community participation, right? So it's a priority for us that our members are engaged with the community, attending as many events as possible, while not negatively impacting our operational response, right? Because our people, just like anything else we use or you have in the community, is a finite resource. So we have to, and that's where the commanders come in. They're the ones who are making those decisions in consultation with you and other community leaders. So next slide, please. Yep, so crime reduction. On a positive note for Cold Lake First Nation has received an additional enhanced member for policing on their band, and that's through with the partnership with the province. So that member just started last month. And again, Cold Lake has had some real success working with Alert on drug buys, search warrants, lots of drugs, lots of firearms seized in the last year, and Staff Sergeant Benz Miller can provide you with the details of all that, should you choose to want it. And then Operation Cold Start, and then recruitment drives. And I'll talk to recruitment and staffing, because that's a timely topic, obviously, once I get to the police funding model portion of this. Next slide, please. And then into this fiscal year. So really, it's not rocket science. We're doing the same things that we do well in consultation with all of you and the other community leaders and community partners, because town halls, right, are also part of our mandate. The commanders are to be doing town halls regularly with their communities. And that's where we can hear from citizens, right, their direct concerns. And it's about an information exchange and an education piece for us and for them, right? Next slide. Okay, next slide. So these are the resources. So this is, and if you've heard this before, I apologize. I'll go through it quickly. So at the district office in St. Paul, we have additional RCMP members and RCMP units that support all of our detachments in this district. As I said, we have an 8-person crime reduction unit. We have an 8-person general investigation section, which supports the detachments. In fact, Lloyd ran that section for 3 years, 3 years prior to coming in. So you have a very, very capable investigator manager in this role now. We have PDS units at the district. We have a forensic identification section based out of St. Paul. We have the Dancos, and then we have our PAC, the regional crisis team. So that's where we pair a police officer with a psychiatric worker to better respond to the ever-increasing number of mental health calls that we deal with, right? The burden for dealing with the emergent mental health calls falls primarily on the police in this country because there is no other 24/7, 365 emergency service that goes to everything, especially in rural areas, right? In some of the major municipalities, the fire departments, depending on their makeup, will take some of that. But if there's a safety concern, they're always going to be calling the police, right? Most EMS calls now, EMS will not enter until we arrive, right? So we are being pulled in many different directions. And that part of that, I think, was the reasoning, some of the reasoning behind the police funding model, right? Next slide, please. And then this is what our division, so all of Alberta RCMP, brings to the table. The notable ones for you are the major crime unit. So as part of the provincial policing contract, we provide specialized homicide investigations to every detachment area as part of the contract. And that's a benefit because I can tell you, coming from British Columbia, because every contract's slightly different, right? They're negotiated. In British Columbia, if you were a municipality with above a certain size with a municipal contract, even if you were a post and had some, you were responsible for investigating your own homicide. The average homicide costs $500,000 to investigate. That's for a smoking gun homicide, right? The complexity, and if it's a whodunit homicide where we have to go to project, we're talking at least $1 million, up to $2 million, perhaps more, depending, right? Everybody's heard of the Mr. Big. That's what I'm talking about when I sort of say project, right? So we also bring emergency response team. That's part of your contract, right? You have access to the emergency response team. We have 2, almost 3 now, full-time emergency response teams out of Edmonton and Calgary. They respond 24/7 to thousands of calls per year. And anywhere where there's a heightened level of potential violence, so say we're doing a search warrant on a residence and the person has a history of violence or firearm possession, ERT will come and assist with that, with their training, their equipment, their drones, everything to ensure that, it's the safest possible for both ourselves, the suspect, and the community, right? We spoke of the Real-Time Operations Center. We have Indigenous Policing Services, Integrated National Security Enforcement Team, INSET. That's a federally funded team, but it deals with high-level, like counterterrorism, anti-terrorism, sorts of pieces. Operations Strategy Branch is sort of our corporate branch that it houses all our analysts, looks at crime trends, also deals with finance. Our Tactical Support Group, so that's about 170 members around the province. They're posted, but they're also part of this group that gives us surge capacity in the event of wildfires or other events where we need to bring a lot of extra members in quickly for public safety. So we have that capacity. Disaster and Emergency Operations Center, DEOC, that's what gets stood up out of headquarters when we have wildfires or other mass casualty events. Again, IDENT, forensic identification. We have a Community Safety and Wellbeing branch. So this branch houses a lot of our interface sections with the government of Alberta, right? And municipal partners that allows us to provide more socially directed policing services. So RPAC, the mental health crisis teams are part of that. They have a crime reduction unit in that section as well. They do a lot of outreach for mental health, third-party mental health service providers, right? Again, trying to integrate our services with the hope of actually reducing some of the burden on policing, right? And other areas being able to stand up in partnership. Traffic services, divisionally, we have air services. We have 2 planes and a helicopter in this division that cover the whole province. Federal policing services, so those are higher level drug investigations, corporate criminal investigations, border security. Those are funded solely by the federal government, but we do have access to those. There are offices, there are federally funded RCMP members working in those sections here in Edmonton and Calgary that we have access to at no cost. Auto theft unit, the division liaison team, those are specially trained RCMP officers who come to like protests, mass movement, demonstrations, and they provide a communication, a method of communication. They're not in uniform, they're in a softer uniform. Their job is to communicate, their job is to facilitate, have dialogue, and help us resolve whatever the issue is at the lowest level as quickly as possible. Missing persons unit speaks for itself, human trafficking unit, and then we have a behavioral sciences group, so those are specialists who work with a particular type of psychologist, psychiatrist, and that's our profilers work in that group, right? So if we have a threat assessment or we're looking at a particular type of criminal, they will do a workup on those criminals based on all the information we have to better inform us how to do enforcement or conduct the investigation. Next slide. And then these are resources from the province of Alberta. I'm sure everybody here is familiar with those. I don't think I'll read through them. Next slide. Next slide. And then so these are just some examples of how these additional resources that the RCMP brings to your community have benefited. So again, ERT, Emergency Response Team. Emergency Response Team is very busy in Eastern Alberta. There are a lot of firearm offenses here that require their attendance. And so this is a case of one of them, right? Where break and enter involving threats with a firearm and all the sort of investigative avenues and the support services that were engaged. And then ERT ended up entering the residence with a warrant and located the suspect hiding, right? So they're arrested, nobody gets hurt, nobody gets shot because of the resources that were brought to bear, right? Next slide. Then attempted murder and unlawful confinement. So this is a domestic related event where a person was held against their will by their partner and viciously assaulted. So the location was determined, search warrant granted, all the required services, ERT, the crew units, police dog services, neighboring detachments, because that's the other piece too, right, is the provincial policing service. If Bonnyville needs immediate support, through the real-time operations center, we can route on-duty members from other detachments to immediately come and support while we spool up other resources like the TSG group, right? So we can go to the next slide. Sorry.
And just on that point, just yesterday we had an instance of a...
Can you use the mic, please?
Oh, sorry. Just yesterday we had an instance of a stolen garbage truck, right? And because RTOC was on the call right away, we were able to coordinate with Elk Point, right? And it took a couple of hours because public safety is paramount. And when you're dealing with that large a vehicle, we got to be very sensible in how we do the enforcement. Ultimately, the vehicle was stopped. And we've got one person already in custody, right? And that came through that coordination through RTOC, our provincial, and Elk Point and us, right? So, and we were able to also, I believe, the district crew team might have been called in as well. So, working together.
Exactly. And again, Lloyd is completely correct. When you have a suspect driving a 10-ton garbage truck, that's not something you want to engage in a pursuit with. You want to surveil, unless there's an immediate threat to life, you want to surveil and get that vehicle stationary and then use different techniques to get them out, right? And so that's what occurred. Thanks, Lloyd. Next slide. Okay, next slide, please. So, this is sort of pro forma. Bonnyville's in a newer building. Very fortunate that the gentleman who decided to destroy 5 of our police cars earlier this year, did not do that to the building. So, good news there. Cold Lakes was built, I think, in the late 80s and is undergoing some retrofit for some cell block issues and whatnot. And there's some ongoing discussions with the city and the division about potentially building a new detachment in the future. Next slide. Is that it? That's it. Okay, we can move on to the police funding model.
I just have some questions there.
Sure.
Before we get on to the other one there. So one of my most frequent calls that I get, just more of comments, but people feeling, I guess, unsafe going to, like to the Walmarts. Like I'm from Ward 6, which is, I surround the city of Cold Lake. I also have a business in Cold Lake, so Cold Lake has changed in the last 13 years since I've been downtown, and it's not for the good. So it's the accosting, it's the aggressive, I guess, the aggressive accosting. And, you know, and just the staggering dollars of theft that I hear coming from Walmart itself. I don't know, it's kind of a revolving door, but it's just safety concerns that people bring to me on a weekly basis.
Right. And that's occurring across the country in terms of, you know, the drug addicted, unhoused populations, right, in downtown cores. And so again, what we have here is an intersection of like social disorder, right, social issues, i.e. drug addiction, mental health, that's manifesting itself in aggressive behaviors towards other members of the public. It's manifesting itself in shoplifting and other, you know, quotes, lower forms of crime. So what the police have tended to do is, we try to be more visible up the foot patrols, work in concert, and, you know, Staff Sergeant Bensmiller would have more particular details about what the detachment's doing with those businesses. I know that Walmart, from my previous post, has a very robust internal security cadre across their corporation. Suffice it to say, you know, if we get a call, we respond. If we locate the suspect, we arrest. They go into the court. Again, we're talking about court capacity. I was having a discussion with some of the counselors. So we're in a bit of a catch-22 in this country, right? The courts are reluctant to criminalize mental illness, right? Or criminalize drug addiction, which are the two main drivers of the phenomenon you're talking about that's happening in the city cores. And yet we don't have the needed supports or other avenues to address this built in the country yet, right? I know that the government of Alberta is looking at trying to build some specific treatment centers, right? And amending some of the legislation, including the Mental Health Act, to allow for different methods of getting people into treatment involuntarily. So there are steps being taken, but it's a massive problem. Again, that's why we built these regional RPAC units, but again, it's finite resources. All that to say is there's no easy answer. I completely understand. Often visibility, us being as visible as possible in those areas, is the best deterrent. We can't be there all the time, 24/7, unless, you know, again, it's about resourcing, right? If the community makes a decision that they want a full-time, say, downtown beat unit, then depending on resourcing and cost or what the community's wanting to do with their contract, that's certainly possible. But there needs to be higher levels of government also need to accelerate the development of alternate avenues to deal with some of these issues and these folks who need significant treatment for either mental illness, drug addiction, or both. Because what we're seeing in the last 10 years is with the rise of these purely synthetic drugs, you know, methamphetamine and its derivatives, fentanyl, but fentanyl's more of an opiate, but is that it's giving people mental illness incredibly quickly, right? It's addicting them incredibly quickly. And it's, you know, treatment is far more difficult, I believe, than it was with non-synthetic drugs. So, I mean,
Yeah,
it's
for sure.
a myriad of problems.
I mean, we have an arsonist in you know, in the community that I serve, that's burnt down a church, has been burnt down a few buildings and on and on. but yet he's still living in the same community that he's trying to burn down. It's pretty disheartening to see that, the systems, being backed up and lesser charges are being made because the courts are being backed up. And it's just, then there's just no solution to it. So what do you think the number, like the percentage number or the number is of unreported crimes?
Well, that's a nuanced question. So,
the reason I asked for that is somebody was using a public transport and they got assaulted on there. And I said, why didn't you go there? And they were like, nothing's going to happen anyway, so I'm not going there.
Right.
And it seems to be it's more and more common. So, how do we give these people hope that there is some sort of justice for them when this happens?
Okay, so I'll say a couple of things about that. One is that the rise of social media has been detrimental to society in many ways. And this is one of those ways. Is the court system perfect? No, but it's never been perfect, right? It's a human-created construct. It has limitations, and we're always trying to find the balance. You want to have deterrence, and some people need to be in jail, but not everybody needs to be in jail, right? But what we're finding in this era is that misinformation or cynicism spreads so quickly. And there's no fact-checking, there's no back-checking. And I think that's a huge driver towards this trend of, well, I'm not going to report it because nothing will happen. And then you go and talk to somebody, well, why do you say nothing will happen? Well, because I saw on Instagram that this one person called this person and the police didn't show up, so why are they going to come for me? I mean, so how do you combat that? With better information, I guess, right? What I would say about not reporting is, sure, there will be crimes that are not reported. Nobody knows exactly what they are, because how do you count what isn't reported, right? But some crimes are always reported. They have to be reported, and so we know them, like vehicle theft. That's going to get reported because legally it's required to be reported, and your insurance will require you to report it, right? So there might be a tiny number of some ancient something gets stolen, but we know about vehicle thefts, right? In other areas where there are sort of mandated calls. So we can base that. We have a baseline for that. If people don't call, well, then we can't do anything, right? And we don't understand the scope of what potential issues might be if people don't call. Are they necessarily going to have the outcome that they feel should occur? Maybe, maybe not, because again, it depends on evidence, right? We have an adversarial court system that requires a level of evidence to arrest, a level of evidence to lay a charge, and a level of evidence to convict.
Yeah.
And that system is in place for all of our protections. I wouldn't particularly want to live in a country that didn't have due process, right? And there's a lot of that in social media as well. But why, just lock them all up? Oh, well, that's fine until they come for you, right? So, yes, there's a percentage of crimes that aren't reported. What that is, I can't tell you.
Yeah.
But I would just, when you speak to your constituents, I mean, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. If you don't report it, of course, nothing will happen. So what's,
For sure. Yeah, I just thought, but I know it's, I encourage them to, to do that, but it just seems to be more an ongoing issue that I keep hearing about, and because, everything's backed up, and just, slap on a wrist and off you go, and that person is back doing the exact same thing. But Councillor Cook and then Councillor Palmer.
If I may, one thing. So I was speaking with, as Superintendent Hanson said, we've got all these provincial units, yeah? The Integrated Offender Management Program. The NCO who runs it, so I was speaking with him a little while ago. One of the things they find is people with undiagnosed mental issues. Prior to my policing career, I worked in community healthcare for 15 years with the developmentally and mentally challenged, so I understand that dynamic. One of the things they found there in the Integrated Offender Management Program was people with undiagnosed FASD. not how much you know about FASD, but it can manifest in violent and erratic behavior. Well, once that individual is identified and gets diagnosed, then there's a whole bunch of social services that kick into place, and they find the recidivism rate drops. I don't know, I'm not the exact number off the top of my head, but it's about 50%, which is very significant. Now, for a person who's been assaulted, right, or had property crime, that person getting diverted into healthcare, is that an acceptable outcome to them? For some, yeah, for others, no. But what we do know is when it does get reported, and these other systems can kick into place, then we can see some benefits. So in terms of the unreported, there's nothing we can do if we aren't getting the reports, yeah?
Gotcha.
Using the systems in place that we have to try and deal with where we are at in society.
And I'm not minimizing the frustration at all. I completely understand it, but again, if you want us to have the opportunity to fulfill our function, we need to know about it.
For sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I kind of maybe over-report everything, but I had 3 election signs stolen, big ones. I even reported that. Anyways, Brian?
I got a couple of things. I understand the reason behind your tinted windows, but a lot of residents are tinting their windows to protect their belongings, because you go to Walmart, you go anywhere, they got people coming up and looking, trying to see what's in their vehicle all the time, and then they break the window, back window of the truck or whatever. So they're trying to protect their belongings. I understand the windshield thing. I don't agree with that either. The second thing is break and enters and theft. Everybody's out on catch and release. Like, the biggest problem is there's no punishment. You guys are doing your job, but if they got put in jail for a little bit of time, maybe they might think the second time. And the second time they get caught, throw them in there for 5 years, and they'll think a little quicker. Mm-hmm. But that's the biggest problem. You guys are doing your job, but there's no punishment.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to disagree in the sense that, well, I was just speaking with Councillor Palmer. So currently in the province, there are between 15 and 19 provincial judge vacancies, right? Because the bulk of criminal court is actually provincial judicial appointments, right? Federal courts deal with other things. So the province controls those judges, the province controls how many prosecutors, the province controls how much court time, the province controls all that, right? So, and yeah, the vast majority of rural courthouses are heavily underutilized, right? I don't know the number of Crown prosecutors, but I'm sure they wouldn't complain if they got a few more. So you're right, there is a capacity issue in the system, and that's more, in my mind, more the concern than the judges are soft. It's that a lot of these, especially the property crime, it doesn't get to a judge, right? Because the court day shows up, so there's 8 hours of court time and there's 4 trials scheduled. Well, that's not possible, right? So what happens? Deals are made, right? Plea deals are taken, or sometimes there's a stay or whatnot, and in the end, only one actually goes to the judge and the others are dealt with a different way, right? So yeah, there needs to be an increase in capacity in the judicial system, and that's a provincial responsibility, so I would encourage you to speak to your MLA and minister about that piece.
We have.
But yeah, I mean, absolutely. All I would say about the window tint, though, I understand. However, you know, I have belongings too, and I have vehicles. You know, don't leave things of value in your vehicle or put it in the trunk, right? Because the issue with the front window tint, I mean, yeah, there's, you know, we don't like it because it creates risk for us, but the reality is it doesn't allow the glass to break properly. So if somebody gets in a car accident with that front window tint, we might not be able to get them out, right? Because we smash the glass, safety glass breaks in a certain way. The film on the tint doesn't allow it to break.
Holds it all together.
Holds it all together, makes it much more difficult to get through it. And I've come upon accidents where the car's on fire and I've had to smash glass and pull somebody out, and maybe I don't have time, right? So that's just the other consideration, right? And I get that. I'm a cop and I think that way, and civilians don't, but that's why we're having the conversation, right?
Yeah, it's good.
Councilor Palmer?
I just wanted to take you back to the mental health discussion. I've had personal experience with having to Form 10 an individual, and we are lucky enough here to have a facility out of St. Paul, which is absolutely amazing, but they are overrun.
Yep.
And so part of, I think, our initiative should be petitioning the province to have way more mental health centers, because it is it's on the rise big time due to drug use, due to FASD and other factors. And I have to commend the Bonnyville detachment in the incidents I was involved with. This individual was able to be escorted to St. Paul and sat with until such time as a doctor was able or available. So, you know, it's commendable that our detachments are taking the time to be involved with families that have these sorts of incidents that do happen. But we must not forget that this needs to be talked about and more facilities opened up, for sure.
No, absolutely. I mean, and we're reaping what was sown in the 1980s with the closure, right, with the movement to close all the psychiatric facilities and divest people. And so we don't have that capacity in this country. And again, you're right, that's a large-scale policy
Yeah,
decision.
I think the Commissioner Center was the last one that closed.
Yeah. But if I may just quickly speak to the point about how that impacts police resources, because that's why I'm here. So because police, as I said, are really the only ones who respond 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and these calls are increasing in every jurisdiction every year, that's more and more of our finite resources that are dealing with that particular problem. And so in the case of, you're right, we have St. Paul, but that member now has to transport that person, wait with that person, often bring them back or travel back. So now that member is not working in the St. Paul, not working in the Bonnyville area. They're sitting in St. Paul for hours and hours and hours, and that's occurring dozens of times a night across this province with police officers of every stripe, right? So it's a massive drain in resources, and then it costs money because in a smaller location, if one member is with the person in St. Paul and there's only one other member working, say, in Two Hills, and they get a violent call, well, now we have to call out an on-call member, so we're paying a member on-call, and then we're paying them overtime to come out, and at the end of the day, you're paying for that, right? So, there's a trickle-down effect for all of this, right? Again, just thought I would, since we're talking about resourcing, right?
Yeah, thanks for taking those hard questions. I know people are listening, so if I didn't ask those questions, they'd be like, yeah, and we're in front of you. Why didn't you ask those questions?
I'm happy to answer, I'm happy to answer any question. I may not have the answer. If I don't have a specific answer, I will certainly go and get that information for you. Yep. No, I appreciate being here. This is a good opportunity. Would you like me to move into the police funding model?
Yeah, go ahead. Thanks. Thanks, Ben.
Okay. Next slide, please. Okay. May I ask before I continue, are all of you familiar with the police funding model?
Yeah, we don't like it.
Yeah, well, fair enough. It has had some benefits, though. I mean, I know it's obviously a form of direct billing by the province, but it has had some benefits. So with the RCMP, there's basically three types of contracts, right? There's the provincial policing contract, which is for all communities, rural areas under 5,000. That contract is directly between the government of Alberta and Public Safety Canada or the federal government. It's negotiated between the two of them. The RCMP is the service provider. We are not involved in the negotiations. Then we have MPSA contracts, municipal police service agreements, and there are two types, right? So there's the population between 5,000 and 15,000, where and these are negotiated directly between the municipality and the federal government. And they are a 70-30 split, okay? So sorry, I should have said this, with the provincial police agreement, it's also 70-30. So what that means is the true cost of policing each year, whatever that might be, the government of Alberta pays 70%, and the government of Canada pays 30%. So effectively a 30% assistance. With the municipal police services agreements, if it's 5 to 15,000, it's also 70-30. The municipality pays 70%. Federal government pays 30%. For those over 15,000, it's more of a 90-10 split in that sense, right? So there's still a bit of a subsidy there. And again, those are direct contracts between the municipality and the feds. Any questions about that? No?
We still don't like it.
Okay. You know, that's fine. At the end of the day, policing is an expensive practice. You know, and again, that's where you have ability to speak to your MLAs about what the decisions are for the future. You know, I know discussion around Alberta Police Service or whether you enter into negotiations for a 2032 contract with the feds, right? Next slide.
Thank you.
Okay, so again, this is the PPSA under the PFM, right? So the province of Alberta, and I can only speak peripherally about this because this is their system. We don't have access to the formula. We don't know what they bill you. It's not our role to know, right? But it has enabled, the additional funds have enabled the RCMP in Alberta to grow our service. The RTOC is one of the most visible examples of that. That is, the funding through the police funding model is what's allowed us to do that to the extent that we have it today. Next slide. So over the last 5 years, this is what it has wrought in terms of police officers and support staff. So 279 additional regular members of the RCMP and 242 additional civilian supports. So the way our civilian supports work in the provincial detachments, because they're federal public servant positions, is it's a 3-to-1 ratio. So 3 members to 1 support staff. Next slide. And so the additional funds were allocated to obviously frontline policing. Many detachments received additional frontline police officers. Our specialized support units, so we enhanced and built up the ERT teams, the forensic ident units, our specialized investigation sections, and our operational communication center, right? So our telecoms operators. And then we also put money into the CSWB, Community Safety and Wellbeing Group, to build the RPACT, community engagement, the community outreach sections, right, to sort of work more closely with our non-policing partners, both at the municipal level, the county level, and at the provincial level, right? Because, well, we spent a good portion of this chat talking about social disorder issues, right, drug abuse and whatnot. We're not specifically equipped to deal with the cumulative effects or the back-end drivers of those. We are the ones that you call to deal with what's happening right now, right? And that's not particularly effective in dealing, you know, with these matters. Next slide. So we added 136 members directly to detachments, and 34 of those came to Eastern Alberta districts. And so next to that is the list of the detachments that those members went to. So Bonnyville received and Cold Lake both received additional provincially funded members. What we've also done, I'm not sure if this is in the slides, but we've also done with that money is demographic changes, societal changes. It's harder to attract members to smaller locations, which in some cases has resulted in extended vacancies, which we discuss when we come to these meetings. So what we've done in the last year is we've built what we call relief teams. There's 2 teams. There'll be 2 teams of 30. These members, majority of them are constables. They live around the central hubs, but they are deployed out to fill vacancies in smaller detachments for extended periods, and it's much more cost effective because they work on regular time and whatnot. So that will help us to provide a more comprehensive and continuous police service without as many of the ups and downs in vacancy rates as there may have been in the past. Next slide. And then we also added 77 civilian support positions, which, as I said, is on the 3-to-1 ratio. Not directly 3-to-1, just in terms of the additional positions under this contract, but 3-to-1 overall, what's in the detachments or the units. And those detachments listed received additional public servant employee support. So Bonnyville received an additional, and Cold Lake both received additional PSC positions. Next slide. So how do we decide where members go? So this is where our operational strategy branch and our corporate management branch crunch a lot of data. Workforce analysis model is what they call it. So it looks at current number of resources, the workload on the current resources, which is crime type, file load, on-call time, all the metrics that you would think would go into that. Crime trends, crime severity, travel time, because that's something that we in the RCMP deal with that Edmonton and Calgary and Lethbridge don't. Geography, again, something that only rural policing really deals with. Changes in demographics, so what was the last census for the community? Has it gone up? Has it gone down? Is there a shadow population in the oil, in the oil fields and whatnot? I spent 4.5 years running Fort St. John detachments, so I'm well aware of huge shadow populations and what that does to your policing numbers. And then forecasted population growth, right? Is the area booming? Is there more people coming in, or is it declining? How does that look 5 to 10 years out? Because when you're, when you're making these decisions, as if you're a business owner or in your positions on the board, you need to have sort of lead time making those. And then just the 3-to-1 ratio. Next slide, please. And then the other positions of the 249 went into our specialized units, which I've already talked about. So ERT, dogs, investigations, and forensics. Because again, it's not simply the uniformed member who comes to your assault or your theft or your fraud. It's all the resources that stand behind them to support them and to ensure, public safety to the best of our ability. Next slide. And then again, I've already spent a lot of time discussing what we do through our different units and outreach, both at the local detachment and divisionally, to deal with the root causes of crime, right? Why do people repeatedly offend? Drugs is the primary driver. Mental illness is also a key driver, but upbringing, location, all of those things come into play, right? Next slide. Oh, that's it for the slides. Happy to take any questions?
Looks like you're free. Oh, no. Councillor Crick. Okay, go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
Go ahead.
All right. We're going to get you guys all on there. Go ahead, Councillor Crick.
Thank you. In your first part of the presentation there, you showed some slides about the times where your calls come from during the day. Do you have statistics about where the calls come, like whether they're in City of Cold Lake, in the town of Bonnyville, the MD, or,
Yes.
Because I think our detachments will go to some of the reserves and
Yes.
settlements as well.
Yes. All our calls in our database are assigned a geographic location through coding. So when we run for those, we know exactly where the calls are located. Plus, there's an address connected to the call. The data system we use is called PROS, Police Response Occurrence System. Sorry, I came from BC, the only province that uses a different one, so I'm still learning. But yeah, all that information is capturable.
Okay. Is it possible for us to kind of see that information?
To see the locations?
Yeah, just the locations. We're talking about the police funding model. I'm just curious where, I don't think it's going to change the funding because that's set by people higher up than us, but I just would like to see where the calls.
Yeah, absolutely. We can get that for you.
Thank you.
Dave, can you make a note?
So monthly, when I do the police committee, I send them a monthly report. Yeah. On that, I break it down between as best I can, because some of the stats, like traffic stats, we use a particular system and it doesn't break it down by colon. So what we have, little nitty-gritty here to explain the stats to you, sir. We divide our members by town and rural, which is the MD, and they both work on different collators. It's also in the way we put it into the system, right? So with some of the stats, I can break it down and I send it to the police steering committee as to the crimes occurring in
That's
the
your committee.
MD.
But we can also, we have a divisional unit that will be able to give you a breakdown. So Lloyd and the Danco will obtain that and send it out to all of you.
Awesome, thank you.
I guess, Josh, we can bring that information. We have a package, and if you want that information, we can give it to you.
Okay. Yeah,
When they give it
like I
to
said,
us.
Never,
at the
never been
group.
on that committee, but yeah, just be interesting to see that.
Very good.
Thanks.
Counselor Palmer.
I had a neighbor who had a vehicle stolen, and they found it in Smoky Lake County with the thief sitting in the driver's seat. In the end result of that, he was not charged because of lack of evidence. I guess him sitting in the seat wasn't evidential enough. And so does that still considered a theft when there is when they're not prosecuted? Is that still considered as a vehicle theft, and is that in Smoky Lake or in Bonnyville area?
Well, the theft occurred in Bonnyville, although I would like to know more details about that file, because I often get these types of things where on the surface it's like, well, why didn't that happen? But
The fun part of campaigning, they tell you everything. So I do have the individual if you want.
perfect. So if you could give that to Lloyd, and we will drill down on that, because that seems a bit strange.
Yeah, he was pretty frustrated, and I'm like, you know what, I can ask the questions and see
Certainly.
where it goes, sort of thing, but yeah.
Absolutely,
for sure.
absolutely. So yeah, if you can give him the name, then Lloyd will be able to find the file, and we'll get the answers.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Reeve Fadeev.
Yeah, thanks. Again, people ask me, what we spend on policing and our guys and all that stuff, and we're having a difficult balance with our budgets right now. So, we're always trying to, I guess, tell our ratepayers, taxpayers, what they're getting, for their value. I think, last year we spent $1.7 million in policing for you guys, and another $270,000 in admin costs to help out with some of the paper writing. It's, what are we getting for our dollar is what people are asking me. Because every time they see the RCMP doing something, it's usually chasing somebody through the MD, not actually doing any kind of policing in the MD.
Interesting.
That's just.
So I guess the thing I might ask is, well, what does the public consider policing, right? In terms of value for money. I mean, as the community, you can tell us what you would like to see for us to show you what, value for your tax dollars is. I understand that, so for the vast majority of the RCMP's history, we were not unionized, right? We were prohibited from unionizing by federal law, and it had to go to the Supreme Court to be struck down. And it was struck down, and so in 2019, the union was formed. And because we weren't unionized, RCMP salaries were 30% behind all the comparable police salaries. And so what happened? You all know what happened. There was very quickly a salary restructuring, which downloaded a lot of costs to all of our communities. And so that's, it's not surprising that the police funding model came in 2020, just looking at the correlation. But, now the RCMP is competitive. We're not at the top, we're not at the bottom, we're in the middle. But police salaries have gone up. I don't control that. Nobody controls that. That's just the market. The other factor is that policing is not as popular a profession as it used to be. It's harder to attract recruits. I think coming out of COVID, it's been harder for every industry to attract, but it's no different for policing. The RCMP has been in the media quite a bit in this province about our vacancies. It was nice to see that Calgary came out in the media a few months ago with their vacancies. Their vacancies are higher than our vacancies, right? Yep, CBC. So the vacancies are not an RCMP issue, they're a policing issue, right? And they're going to be an issue for any police service, old, established, or new. The city of Surrey began their transition in 2019. That's about 1,000 police officers. They're still undergoing that transition. They're about to enter year 7. And they've just asked the province of British Columbia for another year extension because they can't get enough police officers. Right? So I just say all those things to bring context to it. Policing is expensive. Like everything else, it's probably going to become more expensive. What do you get for your money? We're happy to show you. That's part of the Our Talk tour, right? You know, the financial benefits of the RCMP were up on the board, so that's for you to make a decision about. But I can give you specific answers to specific questions, but that's a difficult one to answer.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Yeah, sometimes when there's a call coming, all hands on deck, right? You can't be going out to who knows where when you got a big call on wherever. You guys all just leave your positions and go. So, you know, I think the public like to see you guys out and about in the boonies a little more, but sometimes it's just not possible.
Sometimes it's not, sometimes it is, right? And that's about working with your commanders, right? They're the chiefs of police for your communities in terms of ensuring that they have a schedule that provides maximum benefit to the community in terms of on-shift numbers and in terms of visibility. We can't be everywhere all at once, you know, and if you're, you know, in the village of Glendon, say as an example, right, are you necessarily going to have police in your community regularly every day? Perhaps not, right? But again, that's a decision that the elected officials make in terms of, and the province makes in terms of the contract. Where we have a responsibility is to ensure that we're operating as efficiently as possible for you and are giving you value for money. And so, you know, if you want to know what the shift schedules are within reason, like we're not going to say what specific members work when, but if you want to know what the rotations are, and that sort of thing, that's, you know, that's information to a degree that can be shared amongst you. And, you know, what the file load per officer is, right? What the call response times are, all that information is available and we're happy to share it.
Sure, thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Just quickly on that point, sir. We are in December, yeah? So we're going to be getting ready for our APP for the next year. There's going to be opportunity. I'll do a town hall. I'll come to, you invite me to come to a meeting, I'll come to hear what the concerns are. Because the APP is built with your input, yeah? So, and the community. So when we are building the APP for next year, let's look at how we can address those.
Yeah, town halls. Sorry. Town halls are an excellent method. I mean, is everybody going to leave satisfied from a town hall? No. But we're happy to stand up and speak directly to the public and provide context and take accountability, right? We don't get it right all the time. We're human beings. We strive for perfection, never going to happen, but we are professional and we provide a good service. And, you know, where we don't, I take responsibility for that.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. All right, thank you, gentlemen, for coming out today. I appreciate you guys immensely once again, and we'd like to maybe take a photo with you guys and invite you for some something to eat if you have time.
Absolutely. Thank you for having us. This was lovely, very pleasant. Happy to come back anytime. Cheers.
All right. Thank you. Over and out. 4, 3, 2, 1, whatever you guys want to do that. Right to 1, eh? All right, welcome back. I believe we needed a motion to accept the RCMP's, should have turned my computer on, as information, correct?
I will make that motion.
Thank you, Councillor Amalia, for making that. Just bringing it up here. Thank you, Councillor Amalia, for making that motion that council accepts the presentation by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, Eastern Alberta District as information. Any discussion on this? I'm seeing none. I'll call for the vote. That's carried, thank you. We're going on to your reports now, council reports. Whoever likes to speak, just hit your mic and I'll turn you on. Councillor Crick.
Okay, we had, on October 29th, I went to the Cold Lake Air Show Corporate Opportunities Luncheon, so they're gonna be doing another air show this summer. They were very appreciative of the support we gave them last time around. And hopefully the weather is better for the air show to happen this year. Also had a Bonnyville Library meeting on the 4th, FCSS meeting on the 6th. Both of those were kind of just standard business. Remembrance Day, went to the services there. Interesting one I went to was the Bonnyville Outreach School had they had sent an invitation, so I responded to that and went to it. And what they did is they had bought like a 4-foot gong for that when their students complete a course, they get to ring the gong. So I got to ring the gong. So kind of a different one. Kind of fun though. Went to Station 5's pay night. And then of course RMA. It was good. Bumped into Minister Owen and was able to help facilitate Councillor Fidei of getting a meeting with him. And also attended Craig Copeland's retirement a couple days ago. So that's it for me.
Thank you. Councillor Palmer.
On October 29th, I attended the commissioning mass and meet and greet for the Catholic School Division trustees. As well as October 6th, we had the FCSS meeting, and we have a strategic planning evening on mid-afternoon to evening on November 18th, or December 18th, sorry.
December?
I think it's December 18th, yeah.
We'll have.
We will have.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what came out of that particular meeting with FCSS. And we'll be having Lakeland Lodge and Housing tonight, or tomorrow night, sorry. And that's it for now.
Thank you. Councillor Amalia.
Well, I've had, I didn't take as good a notes as Josh did, but a few committee meetings over last month. Lara in Ashmont had a meeting. They've been working on a few projects, including getting quotes for a large building construction of cold storage and a working shop, a repair shop, a few things like that. Ag Service Board, we had our organizational meeting and looking over some of the programs and continuing, and their conference is coming up in the third week of January, January 20th to 22nd in Edmonton. Glendon Public Library, a meeting with them. It's a short, quick one, dealing with a few issues about some rescheduling their public library inside of a school, and so some of the scheduling to do with the school usage compared to the public usage times of the library, so they're working with the school district on that. And a meeting for C2 board, just discussion, organizational and discussion of some of the events and projects and happenings over the last while. In addition to that, was also I joined Janice and Mike at a inspection tour of the seed cleaning plant in Bonnyville here, just as part of the ASB. So I wasn't doing inspection, I just, she invited me to tag along and see how it goes and get a tour of the facility where I wouldn't normally be able to go. And so, yeah, so they had that, and not council related, but I attended a football game on the weekend here last Saturday. Bonneville Voyageurs won they beat Pinoka in the provincial semifinal, and they are heading to Edmonton next Friday evening to play Wainwright, I believe it is.
Yes.
In the provincial final for the first time since 1986. They're in the provincial final.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Just a question to you. Did we pass at the Seekling plant, or do you know?
Yes, yeah, it was approximately 95%.
That's awesome. Thank you. I guess you're on. If you want to be on, go ahead.
Sure, thanks. October 30th, joined Economic Development Officer Scott and Councillor Brian Kaluk and in Edmonton for the EDA annual meeting, and that was awesome. It was a ministers' meeting, so we got to bend some ears in regards to some of our challenges we have with our service providers here, and which is good. November 3rd and 24th, I had two library meetings, just budget talks and seeing if we can get through some of the challenges that they have. Remembrance Day in Coal Lake. Mr. Kaluk joined me on that. That was very nice of him to be there. Then RMA. I want to do a big shout out to our RMA crew to actually book a meeting with FCM. It was important for us to get out there and voice our concerns with FCM on the bigger picture, and I'm super happy that RMA provided that opportunity. Again, TC Energy was a good meeting there with them, and then the roast for outgoing Mayor Copeland. That was phenomenal. Some real good stories there, and I'm glad we could represent our MD on their C2 board meeting at 8 o'clock in the morning on Monday, or it was yesterday.
Yes.
Yeah, it seems like longer than that, but it was good. Again, there's going to be some challenging issues there with the building getting older, and things are starting to break down, and so yeah, it's going to need some extra love there for the next little while, and that's everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Klug. I forgot to turn you on. Go ahead.
So October 30th, I joined Ben and Scott in Edmonton for the EDA meeting. It was great, first time ever. I got to meet Assistant Deputy Minister for Mental Health and talk to her a little bit and see if there was any funding or help coming out to out in the areas. And she said nothing at the moment, so they were pressing for funding, they said. November 10th, had a meeting with FCSS in Coal Lake. After about 30 minutes, they called a meeting. Less than half the people showed up. So they're rescheduling that.
No quorum?
Yeah. And then November 11th, I joined Ben for Remembrance Day at the Energy Center in Coal Lake. That was a new experience for me as well, doing that. And then RMA last week, eye-opener on how much you guys do, and a lot of meetings, a lot of information to gather, and a lot of people to meet. It was very interesting. So, good outlook on it. Was it what?
Awesome, thank you. Also went to that Mass and meet with the Catholic School Division. It was a great afternoon. Ended up sitting with Father Rene. He always has a laugh, but he's a very serious man when you come down to it. And I thank him for his position in our area. So yeah, we had a good conversation, laughs and serious. It's a pretty serious thing when you're bringing up kids in the area to steer them the right way right off the bat. We have so much problems out there that the more we can do for our kids to steer them in the right way, the better it is. So he talked about that, and he had some pretty wise words that I took note of. Also went to the 65th Bonnie Lodge, 65 years. They did an awesome job. My son's father-in-law was the MC, Mr. David Sharoon. And he did an awesome job, but he forgot all about me. So I was sitting in the back, and then someone come up, he said, for our final speaker, there's another lady to speak, and then someone come up to him, well, you forgot Barry, and he's like, what? So it's pretty comical, so I got to speak last, and Mr. McGregor was there. He's, if anyone knows anything about war, it was him. He served for us, and he's 102 or 3 years old now, so he was there. Went to Remembrance Day, and again, Mr. Willie McGregor at the Bonneville one was the man of the hour that laid down the wreath for all of us. And then we went to I think Josh and I went to I call it the old United Church building, but the Legion Hall. And we laid, I laid a couple wreaths down, one for our member of Parliament from Shannon, and then for the MD of Bonneville. And also Fall RMA was a great success. You new bunch on council. You guys seen what it's all about. It's a little different. It's a lot happening. I'd have to say it was pretty busy. Some of them aren't that busy, but you guys hit a really busy one. And if you didn't know what was going on, there's a few times I didn't even know what was going on. So to be honest with you, so there's a lot happening, a lot of information. So good. It's really good to see council out. And, you know, I think our deputy Reeve here, Ben, he's kind of showed you guys the ropes, and he took charge of a few things. So it's really good it's really good council. We're coming along really well. We had a C2 meeting yesterday, a lot of good information, exactly what Ben says. There's a lot of infrastructure that's getting old, and we got to deal with it, and thinking of new projects as well. I guess I had Danny to go look at this, but I took a drive out to Glendon Arena this morning myself. I don't know if you did that too.
I didn't meet Scott there, but I took a few pictures and stuff, so yeah, if you saw it, but.
Yeah, so I went out and looked at the ice and got right down, and man, the boards are like, you couldn't shoot a bullet down them. They're that straight. Like it's an amazing job. The company that's doing it, we're a little bit behind, but ice looks phenomenal. The rink looks phenomenal. Like that's beautiful. The boards are beautiful. It looks like a real nice place going to be to play in our area. So I'm really excited about that. They're they're a little bit behind, and they're trying, but the ice is in. The kids will be able to be playing on it now. So that's the most important thing. I was also at Copeland's retirement party. I thought it was really well done. There was some good jokes. Mr. Copeland, he stood up, and he was by far the best guest speaker there. He was the man of the hour. He had some really interesting stories, how to work together and stuff. I just want to shout out that Deputy Reeve Fidel and myself went out before this roast, and we did a presentation on behalf of the MD. And it was pretty touching. Councillor Fidel, he actually broke down, and he's very appreciative of what Copeland did for our area, and a little personal touch to it. I was pretty impressed, his words towards Copeland at that time, and then I had a few words myself, yeah, we did our part. I guess I didn't get up there. I had a few things to say, but I couldn't really bash that man, because he's done a lot for our area. So to get up there and bash him, I couldn't do it. I just had only praise for the guy. He's done a lot for the MD of Bonneville through the city of Cold Lake for us. You mentioned the Voyagers are playing. I'm wearing their shirt right now. I was presented by one of the coaches there. I'm sure they're going to do fine. And for some reason, this last one, I can't even read my own writing. Nope, that's Brittany. We were going to say a prayer for Brittany, so I said one in the back for that young lady that's getting a kidney transplant today from the first delegation. So that's a pretty big deal. So thanks. Yes, Caroline, go ahead.
Sorry, I forgot to mention the Remembrance Day I attended at the BCHS, which was the high school I graduated from, and was blessed to have a trustee, Roy Ripkins, give me a tour of the school after the renovations. And sorry to say, the pit is no longer there, which was a place where everybody sat and wore out the bottoms of their jeans. Our parents used to get pretty frustrated with that. But yeah, it was really great to come back to the school that I tried to attend. often.
We've seen you there once or twice.
So yeah, I was blessed to have that tour, so it was a great memory, down memory lane. And then I ran into a teacher who taught us band. And we didn't really want to attend band at that time. And the poor guy, we put him through, and he didn't find it very funny. Almost 40 years later.
Well,
But either
Caroline,
way,
you turned out okay. Yeah, band or no band.
Thank you.
All right, I'm just looking for a motion to probably go into closed session. Who would like to do that? Thank you, Councillor Kaluk. All those in favor? Good.